this as interest to Miss Debbie Lowry. That taking
beautiful and true.
Love working here. You're walking.
Can I look what's back? Just the heart. I can't touch the heart. I'm not really supposed to touch the heart. I won't touch the heart. So this plantation home was like ransacked during the Civil War?
Yeah, it didn't get destroyed thanks to Miss Randolph. Her husband left her during the war to go grow cotton because he wanted more money. Took the sons, took the boys, left her here pregnant. And she had kitchen knives that she'd protect the house with.
Somebody's gonna have to run me out of here with a knife. I don't want to leave.
That can be arranged. We do anything for our guests here at Nottoway.
I feel like I want to use a cat.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back live with live pictures from LA Night Jam. You're looking at the starting dock, and a little bit to the right of that picture, you will see the Mastercraft ProStar, our latest addition to the flotilla of Mastercrafts that are present. It's a brand new boat. Still has that same 6.2 liter engine, but it's optimized for the new hull, and the unanimous opinion among our skiers and our athletes is that it is an absolutely superb boat. And there you see it in the shot. And they'll be picking up Jake Bridges from the starting dock at the moment. And wind conditions right now starting to get up, but thankfully for our skiers, the wind direction suggests that it's going to be a headwind. So we're taking a look at the conditions and everything. And whilst I've got a little bit of time, let me mention to you our sponsors, our media sponsors, the Clear Channel, we're a portfolio of radio stations in Baton Rouge, WFMF, WYNK, 96.1 The River, 97.7 Downtown Radio, News Radio 1150 WJBO, and Comedy 1230 AM. Arsenal Communications, 008 Magazine, and Central Speaks rounds off our portfolio of media sponsors for this particular event. So, quite a bit going on, and Will Bush is in that towboat. So we'll take a look at him, and there you go. Looks a very, very nice towboat, doesn't it? So, we've still got a little bit of time where there's no indication that Jake Bridges is going to make his way to the dock anytime within the next 2 minutes, so which gives me a little bit of time to transition over to our next ad break. Be back with you on the flip side. And those are the sights and sounds that you can expect in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Baton Rouge is the state capital of Louisiana. Proud city with nearly a million or so people, and a few of those people live in the city of Zachary, which is within East Baton Rouge Parish, and we'll be flinging our doors open at about 3:30 this afternoon for the general public to make their way into LA Night Jam 5 for the nighttime festivities. Let's mention to you a few of our primary sponsors: Girls That Fly, City of Zachary, Tsunami Restaurant, Bennett's Water Ski School, Radar Skis, Visit Baton Rouge, which you've just seen the videos from, Whitney Bank, Napa Auto Parts, Lane Regional Medical Center, The Cafe, Southern ENT Associates, OJ Props, Coconut Willie's Daiquiris. Our other sponsors, Ilmore Engines. Actually, our next set of sponsors, our primary sponsors, Oshner Health System, Holiday Inn Express, Eagle Sports, Lake Dwellers, Autotrader.com, San Antonio Surgical Arts, Air Effects, Sky Tracker, and Scion of Baton Rouge. So, all that from our primary sponsors. We thank those guys very, very much indeed. And during the course of the morning, I'll be mentioning those again, as well as our supporting sponsors and contributors. Looks like from what I'm able to ascertain from radio communication, we will be ready to go by the time that boat gets back. So, which gives me just ample time to mention our supporting sponsors. Elmore Engines, Crucial Clothing, All Pro Audio, Hyperlight, Bank of Zachary, Demco, Coca-Cola, Firefly, Sweet Tea, Vodka, Community Coffee, Quality Tire and Car Care. And last but by no means least, these are our contributors: Fox's Pizza Den, Cabba's Grill, Francois Cafe and Grill, Surreal Creation Cakes, Area Transmissions, Babe's Boat Care Products, LeBlanc's Food Store, Sky Systems Helmets, Superior Grill of Baton Rouge, Borden Dairy, and a Subway. So those are the people involved with helping our event, helping to get it off the ground and to get it running, and hoping to get off the ground, or rather off the water, is going to be our first competitor as we transition over to him, getting ready on the starting dock. It's going to be Ireland's Jake Bridges. So, getting ready to rock behind that new Mastercraft Pro Star, it is Jake Bridges. And for those of you that are watching the webcast on lanightjam.com, there is an associated spreadsheet scoring system which is located underneath, and with every jump that has been landed, it will be updated both in metric and in feet. So just try and keep all of y'all satisfied, whether you like to measure these jumps in metric or in feet. As Jake gets ready for jump number 1. Okay, so Jake Bridges of Ireland getting set up for the first of his 3 attempts. We'll see if we can get that other camera squared away. But right now, here we go. Jake Bridges coming in on jump number 1. Oh, and passing up on jump number 1, didn't feel comfortable at all coming across the second wakes into the base of the ramp. So, passing up jump number 1. We'll see what he's got by way of a better attempt at this time around. He's only got 3 jumps, so he can't really be too wasteful with any of his attempts, especially when there's the prize of making it through to the next round at stake.
Crap, I don't know what's wrong with it. I'll try to figure it out.
So here we go, Jake Bridges. Jump number 2. Decent effort there from Jake Bridges as he rides out that particular attempt. Good kick, good speed on that one. So that is 59.5 meters, 59.5 or 195 feet. 195, and that was actually on his second attempt. He passed up on his first. So he's got one more attempt to try and poke a jump out, possibly into the 200 feet range. He's definitely going to need something post 200 in order to really stand any kind of chance of making it through to the next round of the competition. But we'll see what he's got for us right here and now.
Yes, I hear you. I'll come. I'm just going to talk without pressing the button, so let me know if you hear me.
So here he comes, third attempt.
Did you hear 1 through 10? I did not hear any numbers.
Decent looking jump, but I fear it's going to be around about the same range for Jake Bridges as he makes his way back to the dock. We'll take a look at this jump one more time.
Copy those times. Nikita carry. Go for carry. I think you're gonna have to change your
There we go.
We hear you talking all the time and it's causing problems. Are you still hearing me? Because I switched radios and gave it to Ann and I think Ann fixed it.
So, that was Jake Bridges. So for your information, that was 56.4 meters. 56.4 meters, that is a 185-foot jump. So Jake Bridges, his best attempt was 195 feet or 59.5 meters. All right, our next skier up is going to be a skier from Great Britain. His name is going to be Jack Critchley.
What was that third jump? 185, 56.4. Okay, thank you. Here comes Jack quickly. 5.5, 35. Copy, Jack. 35, 5.5.
So on the water, Jack Critchley, who has been really doing well of late in terms of junior and under-21 competition. Just returned from the World Under-21 Championships just a week or so ago, and getting ready for LA Night Jam 5, and one of Steve Critchley's younger brothers, and we'll see Steve later on. He's going to be running at skier number 17. 15 skiers before him, with the number 2 spot, is going to be Jack Critchley, and we see him on the water right here and now. So here we go. This is Jack Critchley. Fairly steady on jump number 1. Oh, look at that. Decent effort on jump number 1. As he rides out that particular attempt. 54.5 meters. 54.5 meters. 179 feet on attempt number 1. So, decent effort on the opening attempt for Jack Critchley, but he knows he's got to try and connect with the remaining 2 jumps to at least end off on a respectable note in this particular event. He's an outside shot for making it through to the next round of the competition, but he certainly harbors that kind of ambition, certainly. Let's have a look at Jack Critchley. Coming in on jump number 2. Ah, yes, launching into the ramp on that one and absolutely connecting with the jump. Can he land and ride it out? Just about. So Jack Critchley rides out that particular attempt. We'll have a look at this jump again for the benefit of you guys and girls. It's a 56.2 meter jump. 56.2 meter jump, otherwise known as 184 feet. So there we go. That is Jack Critchley. That is jump number 2. And looking exceptional out there with that particular attempt. However, he's still a little bit behind the 8 ball, though, because Jake Bridges, skier previous to him, is in the lead with a 59.5 meter attempt, or 195 feet. And there is still a whole bunch of jumpers at this point in the proceedings that could really, really shake up the apple cart. I tell you, we've got Will Oliver coming next. We've got Michael Stevenson, Taylor Garcia, Alex King, Steven Seal. Chris Wharton, Brian Kenny, who won the Midwest Night Fly not too long ago. All of them are capable of causing an upset in this particular event. So, here we go. We have got Jack Critchley on jump number 3. Here he comes. Oh, and laid an egg with that one, unfortunately. So Jack Critchley, he'll be going back to the dock. He'll no doubt be disappointed with that third jump. It could have been a good distance had he have gotten his balance over the skis. So we get the distance on Jack. 45.5 meters, losing everything on that jump, including a sizable chunk of his distance, 45.5 meters or 149. So his best jump was actually his second jump of 56.2 meters. All right, next competitor up is going to be Will Oliver. Will Oliver, our next competitor up. And I do have to say so far that the crew from WZHS are doing an absolutely exceptional job. This is the first time that they've ever filmed water ski jumping, probably the first time they've actually seen water ski jumping, and to get this well dialed in to the ins and outs of the sport so far as being able to film it this quickly and very, very credit-worthy indeed for these guys. So, Will Oliver on the water right now and getting ready to hurl himself in towards that ramp. For the first few of our skiers, they'll all be jumping at 5.5 feet, 1.65 meters high. But we do have the capability here at Tri-Lakes of being able to move that ramp between ramp heights, between jumps actually, because we do have a mechanical ramp raising system with remote control. So that capability always comes in handy in a ski school environment, but also in the competitive environment as well. So here we go. This is Will Oliver on jump number 1. Connects with that one. Nicely done. Into the landing. Good effort there. And we'll take a look at this one more time. Will Oliver. It's a 54.5 meters, 54.5 meters. That's 179 feet. So, continuing to roll on. So, yes, indeed. 195 feet, our best jump so far. In second place right now. That jump is 56.2. We're talking Jake Bridges and Jack Critchley, respectively. So, continuing on. Okay, so here we go. Here he goes. Oh, whoa! Getting in all kinds of trouble off the jump. And feeling the effects of that wind coming in towards the base of the ramp. And you can look at this replay again and just see that left ski just flare out on that particular jump, and he was in all kinds of trouble. We're going to get the distance in a moment or so, but 56.7 meters. Is that 56.7 meters? It's 186 feet, and strangely enough, that jump was actually longer than jump number 1, despite that. So carrying a great deal of heat into the bottom of the jump. So continuing on with the event, Will Oliver with a 56.7 meter jump, despite that that hell-raising attempt off the ramp. So here we go. Coming in on jump number 3. Ah, yes, definitely. Yeah, he knows it too. Wow, that is a superb effort there from Will Oliver. Screaming into the landing. He knew that he had an absolute belter of a jump. He probably doesn't know that that last jump was 56.7 meters. That third and last jump, we're going to get the distance on. 60.1 meters, he has the lead. 60.1 meters for Will Oliver on jump number 3. So he has the lead by about 2 feet ahead of Jake Bridges right now. Will Oliver taking the lead, and that was a superb effort there from him. And now as we get ready, our next competitor, our first competitor from the United States, Michael Stevenson. So, Michael Stevenson it is. He has 3 jumps. He set the ramp height at 1.65 meters high. So here we go, Michael Stevenson. Coming in. Jump number 1. Oh, and feeling the effects of that wind, getting that little bit of a float coming into the landing. A good effort there from Michael Stevenson as he rides that jump out. Getting good, decent lift. 53.1 meters. 53.1 meters or 174 feet. Figuring that he needs to bring that jump down a little bit later off the turn, try and retain more of his speed, more of his attacking angle coming into the base of that ramp. That's Michael Stevenson, currently a student at the University of Louisiana at Monroe, one of the storied programs of collegiate water skiing in the entire nation, alongside University of Louisiana at Lafayette. And we'll see them competing in the Collegiate National Championships this coming October. And we'll see a lot of these skiers actually compete in the World Championships, which will be in the latter part of November, early part in December, and that will be in Santiago de Chile. And coverage of that event will be from the Water Ski Broadcasting Company as well, with coverage starting on November 26. So here we go. This is Michael Stevenson. Oh, and a little bit back in the air, but still managing to get a little bit of float on the end, although I do suspect that that jump isn't going to be nearly as far as the first one. Will Bush doing a fine job at the helm of that Mastercraft ProStar. 51.8 meters, 51.8, 170 feet. Right. So now, this is Michael Stevenson coming in on jump number 3. Turns in, dries in hard. Oh, beauty of a jump there. He got it all together with that particular attempt. That's Michael Stevenson from the United States of America. Not yet. Okay, so it's a 55.8 meter jump, 55.8 meters. And that represents actually his best jump out of the 3. So that is Michael Stevenson from the United States. And our next skier up is going to be none other than Taylor Garcia.
Garcia, 5.5, 35. Copy Taylor, 5.5, 35.
So now, so now it's Taylor Garcia on the water, one of our younger skiers in this this particular event, age 15, and yep, that's right. At 15 years of age, he's competed at the Junior World Championships, where he's the current World Junior Jump Champion, and placed pretty well in the World Under-21 Championships, which weren't held too long ago in Central Florida. So he's trying to hang with the big boys, so to speak, but unfortunately right now we've got a little bit of a technical difficulty to deal with. We should be back on with Taylor Garcia in a moment.
Circle around and just let this be a pass and pull him again if you think that's more fair.
Okay, we got a little...
Checking back.
Not too sure what the situation is at the moment, but... So we've just got one or two technical difficulties that we're trying to get to grips with, but whilst that's happening, we'll pause for a few seconds and let you see some of the sights and sounds of Baton Rouge.
This is a memorial museum here, but it's named after Admiral Kidd, not Captain Kidd the pirate.
So I can't ride it around, but I can definitely jump inside and walk through.
It's not the Sigma Chi house. You can go through the whole deal.
Then I'll put my beer bong back in the car.
Yeah, that's right.
All aboard the USS Kidd in downtown Baton Rouge. A patriotic Mo Isom reporting for duty and just maybe a little kid's play.
So the USS Kidd was built in 1943. Actually looks exactly like it did in Nights from 1945. What are you doing?
I'm steering the ship.
What are you wearing?
They made me wear this.
They made you wear it. Do you want to hang out?
Sure.
Woo! We're spinning! Did you have any experience ROTC, military?
I had 2 years in Air Force ROTC, and it told me
Okay.
never come back.
Never come back, but
Never.
I bet you look good in that uniform. It's just a guess.
Okay, we're cutting out of that that PSA commercial for Baton Rouge, and we'll let you watch that a little bit later on. That's of the USS Kidd, one of the battleships, the battleship moored along the riverbanks of the Mississippi in Baton Rouge. But we're back to live competition right now, where we see Taylor Garcia approach this jump for the very first time. Here he comes. Look at him go. Ah, beauty of a jump there, and loving the power of that towboat. As we look at this one last time.
Copy this time. Distance 187, 57.0. 187.
So 50... No. So, 187 on jump number 1, 187 feet on jump number 1. Certainly throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, into that one. And a great effort there from Taylor Garcia. 15 years of age. Can you believe it? I mean, he isn't too far away from actually graduating high school in that regard, but 187 feet. So here we go. This is Taylor Garcia. Jump number 2. Oh, and passing up on jump number 2. And we'll just take a look at this this one again. Just seeing whether he was late or whether he was out of position, and combination of both, really. So now we have got Taylor Garcia. We have got his third and last jump. He really needs to connect with this one. He's capable of jumping close to 200 feet. I believe his best is around 190. So let's see what he's got. Taylor Garcia. Jump number 3. Nice and wide out on that towboat. Oh, look at this turn. Look how late he is. Oh, and that proved to be his undoing a little bit with that particular attempt. So he'll ski into the shore. Going real late with this particular attempt. And just couldn't really connect all the way with this one. We'll get the distance anyhow. Just waiting on that as he's...
60, towboat 160, 48.8.
Okay, so 160 feet on that last jump. 160 feet. His best jump was a 187. So next skier up from New Zealand, Alex King. Okay, so Alex King, jump number 1. Let's see what he's got. Oh, look at that. Decent effort on jump number 1. Nothing terribly amazing so far as he was concerned. But we'll have a look at this attempt. And using the head zone helmet system, which
Distance 186, 56.8.
so 56.8 meters, 56.8. And then Alex King, and then save as Alex King. Hold on, just go. Yeah, go to save as. Save as Alex King. Okay, there we go. Yeah, enter and change out the flag NZ and save it. Control S. Perfect. Just okay. So Alex King of New Zealand, getting ready for his approach on jump number 2. All right, let's see what he's got. Oh, and he passes up on jump number 2. I think he was a little bit later on that one, a little bit more than he could chew. Certainly a good enough turn.
3518, 3518. Copy that.
And that boat picking him up and getting ready for jump number 3. So back on the water, we've got Alex King coming in on jump number 3. Decent effort there as he comes into land, but I think that he will leave the water a little bit disappointed with that effort in general. Just couldn't really get his legs up underneath him. He skis into the dock and just holds his head in disbelief, so to speak. We'll get the distance for Alex King on that final jump in just a moment or so. 56.7 meters. His best jump, 59.5, which is a 186. So distances in the high 180s, but in this competition, with the level of talent that we have, unfortunately, that just ain't going to cut it, I'm afraid. And he'll be the first to admit that. All right, then. Next competitor up, representing the United States of America, Stephen Seal. So, our skier on the water, Stephen Seal, who comes to us from the northern panhandle of Florida, the Florida Panhandle, around not West Palm Beach. I'm talking about Santa Rosa Beach area, where he ordinarily trains at Corey Picos's place. And if there's one competitor out of this field of skiers that intimately knows the workings of the internal combustion engine and knows what it takes to power these boats, it's definitely Stephen, who works alongside his father, Jody Seal, at Florida Tournament inboard boats. I believe I got that company right. I'm sure that Jody will be on my case if I didn't, but I'm sure he appreciates that shout out nonetheless. All right then, here we go. Stephen Seal. Here we go with jump number 1. Oh, look at that. Connecting with jump number 1. Riding it out. And just doing an absolutely swell job out there with this effort. Okay, so our first jump over 200 feet. 61.3 meters. 61.3 meters on jump number 1 for Stephen Seal. So, I think he's in the lead with that particular effort. I'll work him. So right now, Stephen Seal coming in on jump number 2. He's already in the lead, but he knows he needs a bigger jump than that to really upset the apple cart as he lands and rides out that particular attempt. We'll watch this once again. Okay, so Stephen Seal, 193, or 58.8 meters. Okay, so Stephen Seal coming back in. Jump number 3. Oh, hurling himself on that one. Reasonable distance, but I don't think it's going to be nearly as far as the first jump, to be honest. Good effort, a lead distance of over 200 feet. A 57.6 meter jump, 57.6, so actually losing distance with each successive jump. So, Chris Wharton on the water right now, representing Great Britain. And save. Oh, and Chris Wharton hurling himself into that jump. A good effort to start things off. Seems to me that over the last few skiers, the hottest jump has been typically the first, and we'll see how this progresses with the remainder of our skiers. Chris Wharton, jump number 1, has practiced here on many occasions. 56.1 meters, which is 184 feet. 184 for Chris Wharton on jump number 1. Yeah. Okay, here we go. This is Chris Wharton. Jump number 2. Oh, and passing it up. Didn't feel altogether safe with that particular effort, so that's going to be a pass.
4416. Copy those times.
So just waiting on him for third and last attempt coming right up for Chris Wharton. Okay, so third jump in the mix net here for Chris Wharton now. Here he comes. Decent effort, but he knows that jump isn't going to be one of his best, so he will be, let's just say, a little bit disappointed and leave it at that with his third and last attempt. It's Chris Wharton didn't quite really connect with that one, and will at least he gets to continue to ski on another day as he passes up, as he falls on jump number 3.
Copy, ramp up to 6.
save as Brian Kenny.
You just said it was 5.5.
There's Brian Kenny.
Okay, let's go. It's on 6, you can go, Bo. Okay, here we go.
US.
Thank you.
And save as Brian Kenny when you go to the save as.
It's already died down a bit.
Yeah. Why is it doing this? There we go. That's. Why is it? What is that? That's D. D5. Here comes Brian Kenny, first jump. Oh, and he launches on that one. That has got to be over 200 feet and by a country mile as well. So, Brian Kenny, I think it's probably safe to say at this stage that we have a new leader, and it is Brian Kenny. And 64.6 meters. 64.6 meters. Our first jump post 210 feet. And trust me, that is not going to be the last time you'll see a jump of over 210 feet in this competition, in this round. But Brian Kenny knows full well that in order to make it through to the next round of the competition, he's going to have to go some. Okay, so here we go. Brian Kenny. Here he comes. Oh, yes, and absolutely hurling himself into that one. I'm not too sure whether that jump distance is going to be anywhere close, but we'll have a look at this once again. This is a great effort thus far with his first two jumps. Losing a little bit of distance, and it's 197 feet. It's still a respectable jump, mind you, but nowhere near as far as the first one. Okay, so Brian Kenny, now. He's got jump number 3. Oh, look at that! And he even has time to wiggle in the air on that particular jump. Wow. Getting exceptional height. Had good water speed in the turn. Was able to get those skis and get them accelerated very, very quickly indeed. And just absolutely connected with that jump. The question is how far. We'll know that in a second. 66.3 meters. 66.3. They convert it here to 217, but the actual conversion puts it at 218. But either it's 217 or 218, it is the best jump of the competition right now, and he has thrown down the gauntlet. It is Brian Kenny. So, now we've just raised the stakes up a little bit. We've just raised the bar. 6 skiers advance from this round through to the next round of the competition. Will Brian Kenny be one of them? Next skier up is going to be Martin Bartowski. Okay, so Martin Bartowski comes to us from Slovakia. Here he comes. A decent effort on jump number 1, although it's nowhere close right now to the distance posted by Brian Kenny. This is some superb jumping right now, and 54.6, it's 179 feet. Okay, so Martin Bartowski, Slovakia. Up. Oh, that's got to be further. That's a lot further. He was definite difference in the amount of time he was in the air for. So we're looking for a bigger distance on jump number 2. Yes, 56.6 meters, 2 meters further, in fact, 186. So Martin Bartowski of Slovakia, doing a great job out there. Yes, and indeed, for those of you joining us, this is Tony Lyford, your webcast announcer here at Tri-Lakes. This is LA Night Jam 5. This is the men's preliminary round. We advance 7 competitors from this round through to the final immediately, and then afterwards, those that didn't make it through the first time will go into an LCQ, the last chance qualifier. So here we go. Martin Bartowski. Oh, look at this. And about the same distance, I fancy, although he's hanging his head and a little bit of shame, but no shame to be competing here among these guys. The best jumpers in the world assembled here at LA Night Jam 5. And kind of throwing that handle in the water a little bit in disgust as he makes his way back to the dock. But as you're watching the replay, 55.8 meters, 55.8. And that is actually his second best jump out of the 3. His best jump was 56.6 meters. Skier up next, and skier that's very, very familiar to the surroundings here. It is Esteban Siegert. Esteban Siegert, originally out of Colombia. Getting ready for his 3 jumps right here and now. We're also getting ready for our country music artist, Jason Mitchell, here on site. He'll be performing later on during the main festivities here at LA Night Jam. But we're in the preliminary stages of this competition, and indeed we have Esteban Siegert. Jump number 1. Coming in. Oh, nice looking jump there from Esteban. A decent effort, although it's probably not going to set the world on fire right now. So 54.8 meters or 180 feet on jump number 1. Okay, here we go. This is Esteban Siegert. Here he comes. Good turn. Drives it in home. Up and just missing his kick, and he knows it. Packing in a lot of heat into the jump, but just not quite connecting all the way with it. Distance coming through. 167 or 50.9 meters, 167 feet. It's got one last jump to go and one last opportunity to leave an impression upon our men's jumping competition field. So, currently in the lead is that jump of Brian Kenny of 66.3 meters or 218 feet. Then you'd look down and see Will Oliver with 60.1 or a 197-foot jump. Those are your runners right now. Your top two. USA, Great Britain with the top two spots right now. Here we go. This is it. Coming in. Oh, and not really getting everything out of that jump. We'll look at this once again. Just... We'll get the distance, although I don't think it would make for very, very comfortable reading so far as Esteban is concerned. Okay, so next skier on the water right now is Claudio Kostenberger. So, Claudio Kostenberger certainly been one of the more prominent jumpers in Europe over the last few seasons. But I'm sure that many of you that have watched YouTube over the last couple of years were looking absolute horror as he came off the jump at the European Championships in 2011 in Skarnes in Norway, and almost completely cartwheeled out the front. But being such a strong competitor he was able to pull that right ski back and be able to land that jump. Here he comes, Claudio Kostenberger. Oh, and passing up on jump number one. We'll see why, whether he was too early, because being too early is almost as bad, if not worse, than being too late. And Claudio Kostenberger dropping the handle, and for those of you that haven't seen a water ski jumping before, You can only refuse on the left-hand side of the ramp as you're approaching it. If you drop the handle and try and slow up before the right-hand side curtain, you risk the danger of actually colliding into it, and that is why the officials immediately disqualify any competitors that hit the right-hand side curtain. So, that's what's going on right now. We've got Claudio Kostenberger, a pass on jump number 1. All right, then. Here comes Claudio Kostenberger. Jump number 2. Always later. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Boom. That is going to be our closest challenger so far to that distance posted by Brian Kenny of 218 feet. We'll be intrigued to find out what this is. They're taking their time on the distance with this one. That must indicate that it's pretty far. 65.0 meters. It's 213 feet. 213 feet. So looking at this jump again for Claudio Kostenberger, getting so much height, so much speed, but he's still about 5 feet short though. Needs about 1.3 meters to get on level terms with Brian Kenny, but he knows in reality that he's got to jump realistically over 215 feet to make it into a final round of a 7. The 6 that make it through out of this round and the 1 remaining out of the last chance qualifier, the repechage round. So, let's have a look and see what Claudio Kostenberger can do with this jump. Oh, he's later. Let's see if he takes this. Oh, I don't think he quite connected with that one. And we'll wait on the distance as he comes into the dock. He might look upon that as a lost opportunity. But we'll get the distance anyhow just to confirm everything. 64.7 meters, 64.7. It is 212 feet. So his best jump distance is 213 feet or 65 meters. So that's what we've got. And Brian Kenny still in the lead with so that's what's going on right now. So right now, for you good folks watching in at lanightjam.com on the YouTube streaming player, it is Mark Lane. So here he comes. Turns in. Little bit of hitch in the turn. Can he hold on to this? Oh, look at that! Wow! That is an absolutely scintillating jump there by Mark Lane. First attempt. You could just see his skis just basically angle out towards the left as much as he could to try and keep the line tight and maybe get some more pull off that boat. 64.6, 64.6. Now the cream is starting to rise towards the top. We just saw Claudio Kostenberg with 65 meters, 213 feet. Brian Kenny still in the lead with 66.3 meters. He is still in the lead, and Mark Lane with 2:12 is currently in third place right now with that particular distance. So that's what we've got going on. It is nip and tuck, folks. We are on jumper number 13. We've got 10. I believe we've got at least 10 more jumpers to come. We're trying to run through these as quickly as possible so that we can get to the LCQ as quickly as we can as well, and provide you with some more action as we get set up for LA Night Jam 5, the nighttime finals. So here we go. Right here. Mark Lane, jump number 2. Holds that one together a little bit better, although I do question whether that distance is going to be any further. So, Mark Lane, decent looking jump on his second attempt. Getting a little bit crossed at the back and just pushing that distance through. So Mark Lane. So 67.1 meters, that's 220 feet. So, 212 feet. Actually, 220 feet. I do beg your pardon. It's 67.1. He is your new leader. And many of our skiers that were interviewed prior to this event were speculating it's going to take somewhere about 215 feet to make it through to the next round of the competition. Well, we are about a little more than halfway through our list. And we've already seen a jump of over 220 feet. So here comes Mark Lane. Third jump. Oh, and speedballs that one and refuses as he sinks into the water and swims in. That will be recorded as a pass. So pass on jump number... jump number 3. So there we go. So there you see Mark Lane on the shore just gathering himself. He is the leader, though. at 220 feet. So next skier up is Stephen Collins of Canada. There. All right, so we've got plenty of action on tap right now. We've had one distance thus far. For those of you just joining us from wherever you happen to be in the world, you are most welcome indeed to live coverage of the preliminary round of LA Night Jam 5, the men's preliminary round. We've still got the LCQ to come. But here comes Stephen Collins. Oh, and refusing on jump number 1. We'll take a look at this jump again and just passing up and sinking into the water. So pass on jump number 1, and we'll see what he's got for his remaining 2 attempts. I'm just wondering, that's all. So, continuing on with our coverage, Wardski Broadcasting Company bringing you these images along with my good crew here from WZHS, from the nearby Zachary High School, the Broncos, who have a winning football season on their hands right now. Yes, indeed. That's always good to have. You know, playing their games out at the Bronco Corral, not too far away from the very center of Zachary, and Zachary itself, its school system rated the best public school system in the state of Louisiana. So we're glad to have some of their finest on board here, helping out with coverage of LA Night Jam 5. So here we go. This is Stephen Collins. Here he comes. Up and over and just not really connecting with that particular jump. We'll have a look at this. All right, then. We've got Stephen Collins. We'll get the distance. 51.8 meters on that jump. So there we go, 51.8 meters. So a nice crowd on hand right now. So a pretty decent crowd, as I said, forming right now. As we now switch back to to Stephen Collins for his third and last jump. He's really got to put everything together. His best jump, I believe his personal best, is in the region of 215 feet, so he's really got to go some here. Oh, he's later. He's really piling on the pressure now, but still leaving a little bit behind on that that particular effort as he rides out. Yeah. Okay, so that last jump there for Stephen Collins, it's a 57-meter jump. It's 187, but he's kind of left wanting on that one.
57.0 meters.
So 57.0 meters.
And copy, jump 6 foot.
And it was jumping on the 5.5 foot ramp height, which these skiers have the option to do. So our next competitor up, former European jump champion from 2012. This is going to be Sweden's Daniel Efferström. So, just to bring you up to speed, our current leader is Mark Lane with a 67.1 meter jump or 220 feet. Then we have Brian Kenny with a 218. And then we look further back and see Claudio Costa-Berger with a 213. So those are the kinds of jumps that are currently leading the pack right now. Only 6 advance through to the next round of the competition. All right, here we go. This is Daniel Efferström. Decent effort. Jump number 1. I like his style. Keeping the flow going. Little on the back of the skis, though, as he came off that surface. Just 59.3 meters or 194 feet. They're saying 194 over the radio, but those of you that are watching the results spreadsheet see that converted as 195 feet. Doesn't really matter either way, to be honest, because the competition of this caliber is always measured in meters first, and feet is actually provided more for our spectators, so because in the United States, feet and inches works better than meters. So, but either way, the metric distance takes precedence, and in certain situations where skiers are actually tied in feet, when it's actually announced in feet, they'll always go back to the metric system to see which jumper is longer or shorter, because 0.3 of a meter, there's a tolerance of about 0.3 of a meter to every foot. So That's why they do that. It's a more accurate measuring system. So here we go. This is Daniel Efferstrom. Oh, he's late. Oh, man, he is going to have to dig in. And he does, big time, on jump number 2. Huge leap. That's got to be over 200 feet. Of that, I am certain. However, how far is it over 200 feet? .62 meters. Yep, 206 feet or 62.8 meters. And I tell you, some of our people on site, that even includes my good colleagues here from WZHS, are actually looking at some of these jumps and like thinking, wow. Now, as being in the sport as long as I have, I still look at these jumps with a sense of wonderment. I mean, I've seen jumps over 230 feet, been witness to 2 world records, both of them performed by Jimmy Seamers at 230 feet here in October of 2000, and about, 3 years later over at Lago Santa Fe during the US Open, where he jumped 234, 235 feet, give or take. So, and even today, I mean, these jumps and these distances, just absolutely incredible. I mean, they're basically jumping the length of a 747 from tip to tail, putting that in perspective. So here we go, Daniel Efferstrom. All right, look at him go. Speed is good. Height is good. The distance, I think you'd want to take that jump back somehow. So Daniel Efferstrom, third and last attempt. However, 64.4 meters or 211 feet. It is his best jump, though. So, that's Daniel Efferstrom. So, next competitor up. I'm sure some of you recognize him already. So, skier on the water now, representing the United States of America, this is Zach Warden, who's represented the United States on a number of occasions, has set records, won titles, and actually managed to get on the podium here at LA Night Jam a couple of seasons back, but has been battling injury after injury over the last season or two. Damaged his knee and then re-aggravated that injury during the rehab process when he was trying to do some squats and just went too hard and too early. But now he's given himself plenty of rest, gotten back into the game, and here he is getting ready to take aim at that jump. Although in this occasion, he's decided not to go at the ramp at 6 foot or 1.8 meters high, which is the highest ramp height that our jumpers can jump at, but he's decided to go on the lower ramp height of 1.65 meters high or 5'6". So maybe that ramp is a little bit softer for him on that particular setting, but let's see. Nicely done on jump number 1. He'll sail into the landing. He'll cruise on out. It won't be especially long, at least by Zach Warden standards, but just feeling out the conditions, taking into account the wind, how strong it's blowing, and And Zach Warden has had some degree of success before, I do beg your pardon. Right here at Tri Lakes, setting the collegiate national jump record at 195 feet. He did that, I believe, in 2011 or 2012. I'm not too sure, but yeah, it was performed. Performed during the 2011 Collegiate National Championships, and that event is actually coming back to Zachary, Louisiana in 2014. The 2014 NCWSA National Collegiate Championships. They'll be going to Southern California this season, but they'll return here to Zachary, Louisiana in 2014 in October. So we look forward to that. But let's not forget our jumping competition right here at LA Night Jam. So here we go, Zach Warden, jump number 2. Got more in terms of speed and just could not quite connect with that jump. So looking decent speed, but just not quite connecting with the ramp work. 61.1 meters, 200 feet. So his first 2 jumps are over 200 feet. That might be achievement for your typical jump around about that level, but not for Zach Warden. He wants to try and get over 220 feet and really put the cat amongst the pigeons, because we've got at least 7 more jumpers to come before we wrap up the preliminary round. And we are only taking 6 through to the next round of the competition at this stage. I say at this stage because we have a last chance qualifier. We're taking all of the jumpers except for the top 6 that made it through to the next round of the competition. You're going to take all of those jumpers again, and whoever wins the last chance qualifier moves through to the next round of the competition. That's why they call it the last chance qualifier. So here we go. Heads up, folks. Here he comes. Screaming into the jump and just not connecting today. The speed was good. The ramp work, not so much. And we'll have a look at this again for Zach Warden. I don't think he'll be particularly impressed with this effort. I have to say that in all honesty.
Yeah, 186 on that jump, but that's...
So 186 feet, 186. So his best jump is 202. And we now bring on our next competitor representing Great Britain. It will be Steve Critchley. So, for you fans watching at home in Great Britain, for those of you especially over at Hazelwood Ski World that are tuning into this event in Lincoln, here is your skier. This is Steve Critchley, getting ready for the 3 jumps that are coming up for him. So, folks, we've been streaming for close to 2 hours now, and we're very, very close towards the end. We're on skier number 17 of 26, so 9 jumpers to come, including Steve Critchley, who's on the water right now. This is pretty much his home site here at Tri Lakes in Zachary. All right, so let's have a look. Get ready. Steve Critchley coming in on jump number 1. Oh, and letting that left ski flare off and not able to get full advantage of that particular jump. Distance coming through any moment for Steve Critchley. Still waiting on the distance. It's slowing coming through right now, but sometimes 50.1 meters, 50.1 meters. So, getting ready for jump number 2. All right, so now Steve Critchley has got jump number 2 in the mix. Okay, what can he do with this jump? Here he comes. Bounce off a huge jump there. Whether it's long enough to make it into the top 3 at the moment or anywhere close, we've yet to find out. But that's definitely a miles better jump than the one that he posted just a few moments prior. We'll get the distance. We anticipate this being longer than 50.1 meters. Of that, we are certain. 64.5 meters, 64.5 meters. Now, there was another jump around there somewhere, around about that same distance of 64.5 meters. Yes, that was Claudio. That was actually Mark Lane's first jump of 64.6 meters, and Mark Lane, incidentally, still holds the lead with 67.1. So 2-1-2. Let's have a look and see where that puts him. Actually, 64.5 meters puts him 2.2 of a meter behind Claudio Kostenberger at this stage. Now, Claudio Kostenberger, if I'm right, is currently in about third place right now. Brian Kenny's in second with 66.3, and that jump from Mark Lane of 220 still holding the edge. So here we go, Steve Critchley. Coming in. Oh, yeah, gets the height. Speed was decent. Is that going to be enough to challenge the leaders as it stands right now? Comes into a dock. It's not overly disappointed with that effort, but we'll soon see if that's enough to take him through to the next round of the competition, possibly. Ooh. 65.4 meters, 215 feet. Wait a second. Okay, so 215 feet on that last jump, and right about now, we've got our next competitor. Jimmy Seamers, former world jump record holder, has jumped over 230 feet, but having spoken to him recently, just really getting back into the jumping fray. So Jimmy Seamers from the United States of America, and it's been a while since he's competed in LA Night Jam, and I tell you what, he's still going hard at it, even though the injuries and the pain have kind of taken their toll a little bit with him in recent times. Even admitted to me that he doesn't feel quite up to jumping or capable of jumping over 230 feet these days, but he's certainly willing to go out there and give it a good old college try. Jimmy Seamers, here he comes. Getting ready for jump number one. Here he comes, approaching the... Oh, it's a late turn. Now he's really going to have to pile it on. Oh, and passing up on jump number one. So Jimmy Seamers only has 2 jumps remaining. And... so Jimmy Seamers on that jump. Okay. So, continuing on with the jump competition with that 6.2 litre engine, and the fuel for that boat, it comes in the form of 93 octane gasoline, which is on that dock there at the moment, and we've got a full barrel of it, and we're going to put some of that in the towboat once we've depleted enough of the gasoline in the boat that's there right now. So now getting ready for Jimmy Seamers. Coming in jump number 2. Here he comes. Up. Oh, look at this. Can he get up? Can he get up? Can he get up? Yes, he can. Just about. If that line went any slacker, it would have been curtains for him. So, we're waiting on this distance. We know it's going to be over 200 feet. The question is, by how much? Wow! 66.9 meters, 66.9. That's 220 feet now. That's 66.9. Mark Lane has 67.1 for 220 feet. So he's only 0.2 of a meter behind Mark Lane right now. And this is from someone who wasn't overly optimistic of his chances of making it through to the next round of the competition. So he's put himself in a position with however many skiers that we've got left. We've got, 8 skiers remaining. We've got Igor Morozov, Tom Asher, Bojan Shipner, Felipe Miranda, Rodrigo Miranda, Damien Sharman, Scott Ellis, and Ryan Dodd to come. So, Jimmy Seamers has just thrown out a distance that's currently in second place right now. Let's see if he can rise up a little bit higher and maybe overhaul Mark Lane, at least close in the gap of that 0.2 of a meter differential. Here he comes. This is Jimmy Seamers. One last attempt. Oh, and passing up on that attempt and skiing into the shore, spurning that effort. And we're looking at this once again, and pretty late approach. Just didn't feel 100% coming off the wakes into the ramp, and if you don't feel comfortable and you don't want to take it, there's no sense risking it. So there we go. That was Jimmy Seamers. His best jump, 220 feet, or actually 219 feet if I'm being honest. And our next competitor to go from Russia is Igor Morozov. All right, big bad Russian, Igor Morozov. Okay, so Igor Morozov, who's had distances recorded in the 225-foot range and is, I believe, the Russian record holder. We'll soon see if he can put that talent on the line with the free jumps that he has at his disposal. All right, then, here we go. This is Igor Morozov. Oh, and passing up on jump number one. Sinks into the water, and we're seeing quite a few of these passes, and some of our skiers have readily admitted that this towboat is very, very powerful indeed, a lot more powerful than some of them typically handle on a normal day of training. It's smooth power, which means that for all intents and purposes, whenever they turn towards the jump, they don't feel that jolt nearly as much as you would with the previous incarnation of this towboat, the Mastercraft ProStar 197. We've got the Mastercraft ProStar on the water, just ProStar now, because there are not two models of this boat. It's just one model, and you can actually remove the bow plate and actually make it into an open bow boat in less than a few seconds. So there's very little reason to have a ProStar 190 and a ProStar 197 because it's all in one boat now. So there we go. The Mastercraft ProStar, the latest addition to the Mastercraft family, pulling our skiers with the Ilmor 6.2-liter engine, NASCAR-inspired engine. Ilmor is actually one of the major engine builders for NASCAR, and they supplied the Penske team on the NASCAR Sprint Cup circuit, and this engine has a bunch of technology that is derived from that particular field of motorsport. So here we go. Igor Morozov, jump number 2, driving it on home. Oh, beautiful height, and just absolutely pummeling that jump, and he's just strong enough, long enough to hold on to that jump. This is just absolutely scintillating competition. We anticipate this jump being over 210 feet. The question is, by how much? .3 meters, 224 feet. Wow. That is an absolutely tremendous jump there from Igor Morozov. That could actually put him through to the next round of the competition. Although at this stage, with 7 competitors to go, we're definitely not saying for absolute certain that he has, but it's certainly a step in the right direction for Russia's Igor Morozov. So, Igor Morozov coming in. Jump number 3. Here he comes. Ah, beautiful jump again. But he doesn't seem to think so. He knows that he could have connected with a lot more. Maybe not so much from the point of view of getting a score, but maybe from the point of view that he could have missed an opportunity to go well in excess of 224 feet. Opportunities like that to jump behind a strong boat like this in conditions as wonderful as these don't come around very often, and Igor was a little disappointed in... We'll get the distance in a moment. We'll wait on the distance. All right, so that last jump, 66.8 meters, 219 feet itself. So, next jumper on the water, Tom Asher from Great Britain. So we'll continue on with the competition. We are seven skiers out. So even at this stage, hard to predict, hard to gauge. So basically, with the remaining two jumpers, with the next two jumpers, if the next two jumpers do not exceed 68.3 meters, then that means that Igor Morozov will be through to next round. That's only provided in this instance if Tom Asher or Bojan Shipner are not able to jump that distance. Here he comes. Oh, look at that. Well held together as he comes into land. Beautifully executed opening jump there from Tom Asher. Looked like he was getting strung out into the landing a little bit, holding on. 219, 66.7. This is intriguing. 66.9. Now, that jump is a skosh further than that jump of Brian Kenny, which is 66.3 meters. Tom Asher, 66.7 meters. So I believe at this stage we still have that distance from Mark Lane at 220. So it's Igor Morozov, Mark Lane, Brian Kenny, and then Tom Asher. So of course, that means for Tom Asher, even though that first jump was impressive enough, nearly 220 feet, it still only puts him in about 4th place right now. Can you imagine 220 feet and you're a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of making it through to the next round of the competition, taking into account Igor Morozov has jumped 4 feet further with a 68.3 meter jump. It is absolutely nip and tuck, folks. So here we go. This is Tom Asher. Here he comes. Oh, launches on that jump, and I don't think he got all of it on that one, but we'll soon see. Watching on our instant replay, fine effort from Tom Asher, but not quite hitting the mark that he needs to as yet. 60.8. He loses a considerable amount of distance, in fact. About nearly 6 meters, in fact. 199 feet, or around about 200, give or take. So jump number 3 for Tom Asher, and leaving it all on the line with jump number 3. I tell you what, that distance, a distance of Igor Morozov with 68.3 meters, looking pretty good right now, as is that jump of 66.9 from Jimmy Seamers, 219 feet. Let's not forget that jump of 220 feet by Mark Lane, or that jump by Brian Kenny. And right now, I see one of those competitors, Jimmy Seamers, walking along the shoreline and sweating bullets right now to see if he's made it through to the next round of the competition. But we'll just have to wait and see as we get ready for Tom Asher to come back in on jump number 3. Here he comes. Ah, yeah, holds it together well, balances enough over his skis in for the landing. Great effort there from Tom Asher. The effort was there, the jump was there. 59.8 meters, the distance wasn't quite there for him, so his best jump, 219 feet. 219 feet. All right, next competitor up, moving from Great Britain to Germany. It's going to be Bojan Shipner. So, coming to us from Deutschland, this is Bojan Schipner. And we welcome our audience tuning in from all around the world, from places as far afield as Australia, New Zealand, Great Britain, France, Belgium, Norway, Canada, and indeed Germany for this particular athlete. This is Bojan Schipner, who recently won the European jump title in Greece about 2 or 3 weeks ago. All right, then, here we go. This is Bojan coming in on jump number 1. Here he comes. Oh, look at that. Jump number 1. Great bit of speed. The height could have used a little bit of work, but it's certainly a decent enough jump for him to be getting along with. He's got 2 more jumps to come. 65.5 meters on that jump. 65.5 meters. It's 215 feet. Remarkable a jump that effort is, still leaving him a little bit of distance in order for him to make up, to possibly make it through to the next round. In fact, he's going to have to make up something like about 9, possibly 10 feet to edge ahead of Igor Morozov. In fact, at this point in the proceedings, with 5 skiers remaining, we can start putting skiers through to the next round of the competition, because if Bojan Schipner, with either of the 2 remaining jumps, cannot jump more than that jump of Igor Morozov of 68.3 meters, 224 feet, then Igor will be our first skier through to the next round. And then if Igor Morozov makes it through to the next round, then we're going to have to search down and see who's the second place competitor at this time, who I believe would be... It would be Mark Lane with a 67.9 meter jump. All right, then, here we go. This is Bojan Schipner. Oh, and all out of control off the top of the jump. Could not hold that speed or that lift and power together. That's Bojan Schipner. We'll have a look at this once again. Yes, just trying to psych himself up as he... 61.3 meters, 61.3 meters, 201. So he loses 14 feet on that second jump, and now his back is very much up against the wall here, because he's got that distance very firmly fixed in his gun sights right now, needing 68.3 meters or above to make it through to the next round of the competition. Now, let's just say that Bojan Schipner makes it and actually scores exactly 68.3 meters. It would mean that that in terms of backup jumps, Igor would actually make it through to the next round via his next best backup jump, because Bojan Schipner at this point, his best jump has been 215, whereas Igor Morozov's best backup jump is 219. So it could come down to portions of meters, and it could even come down to backup jumps as to who makes it through to the next round of the competition. Here comes Bojan Schipner coming in. Oh, beauty of a jump, sailing in, keeping his composure, coming into land. That is Bojan Schipner. We'll take a look at this action replay. It's an impressive jump. The question is, how far is it going to be?
Copy those times. 223, tugboat 223, 67.9.
67.9 meters. 67.9 meters. That is 223 feet. Compare that to Igor Morozov with 68.3, and Igor Morozov has made it through to the next round of the competition. Congratulations to him. Our first competitor through to the next round is a Russian.
Tina, can you tell me if Jimmy Seymour's 220 or Mark Lane's 220 is the furthest? Mark's is the furthest. Thank you.
So, getting ready for our next competitor. From Chile, it's Felipe Miranda. We have a pair of Chilean skiers going back-to-back. Rodrigo is going to be...
Felipe Miranda, 6'4", 35, 6'4", 35.
is going to be coming up next after Felipe Miranda hits the water. Now, and there he is. And a big shout out to their father, Juado Miranda, who is watching this event unfold on YouTube, on lanightjam.com. And greetings and salutations to you, sir. And I'm sure that you're watching in on Felipe and Rodrigo, and I look forward to seeing you in towards the end of November for the World Water Ski Championships, which will be taking place in San Bernardo. And that event will have the elimination round starting on the 26th, and the actual final rounds ending off the competition on December the 1st. It's essentially Thanksgiving week, and we have a feast of water skiing action, courtesy of the Water Ski Broadcasting Company from the World Championships, coming to you from Santiago de Chile. But in the here and now, this is Felipe Miranda. Oh, and a hairy first jump, and just did not collect on that one, and even taking a little bit of time from the landing. To check his right ski fin. I think it's still intact, otherwise he would have indicated to the boat that that he had sustained damage to that fin. Okay, we do know that this distance is going to be shorter than 180 feet. In fact, actually, our officials are going to have to go to the shorter grid in order to get an official distance. Now, for those of you who are watching water ski jumping for the first time and aren't completely in tune with the technicalities of the event, and in terms of measuring the jump distances, it's not a case of someone swimming out with a tape measure and measuring these distances. Oh no, we're more technical than that. We actually have 3 cameras pointing out towards the landing zone and creating an imaginary computer grid, and whenever a skier lands on that grid, the operator just places the cursor, hits the button, and it comes up on the computer. One of the most advanced methods of measuring distances in all of sports. And here we go. We've yet to get the jump distance for Felipe Miranda, but we will continue on nonetheless. Here we go. Jump number 2. Oh, look at that. Bunch of steam coming into the bottom. I don't think he'll be wanting to settle for the distance on the first jump, if I'm totally honest. But that second jump distance is somewhere in the right direction. on jump. So we're waiting on jump number 2 for Felipe Miranda. Oh, 65.6 meters. 65.6 meters. So a decent effort there from Felipe Miranda. $65.6, but he is still looking for that distance. We're actually still looking for the distance on his first jump, but I don't think we'll bother with that for the time being because he's coming in on his third and last. So, with this jump coming right up, let's have a look and see what is up next in terms of jump distances. Bojan Šipner with a 67.9 meter jump would be the next person through to the next round unless that jump is overhauled by Felipe Miranda's last jump. Oh, this is a great effort. Good strength off the top, but just not able to really pile on the distance with that effort. We're looking for the distance. It should be decent, but decent ain't going to cut it here, folks. 65.4 meters. 65.4. 65.4 meters. So, So 215 feet, and you see why we use the metric system, because he jumped 215 feet twice, but those jumps were different by a margin of a 0.2 of a meter. Go for it. All right then, working our way through to our next competitor. This is Rodrigo Miranda. That first jump, incidentally, from Felipe Miranda was 45.5 meters. Let's have a look and see what Rodrigo could do. Oh, a beauty of a jump. It's a great jump there from Rodrigo on jump number 1. Yes. 65.2 meters. 65.2 meters. So, 214 feet or 65.2 meters. Courtesy of Rodrigo Miranda. Impressive jump. In fact, actually, here's a jump at 65.2 meters. 0.2 of a meter behind Felipe Miranda's second best jump. And naturally 0.4 of a meter behind his best jump, which is 65.6 meters. Now, situation as it stands right now, we have 4 competitors remaining, 6 advance out of this round through to the next round of the competition. So, I could say with absolute certainty that Boyan Shipner is in with 67.9, Igor Morozov is through with a 68.3 meter jump. So those 2 competitors through to the next round of the competition. So here he comes, Rodrigo Miranda. Oh, bangs one out there. Nicely done. Not holding back one iota. Knocking that jump down. .7 meters, 219 feet. Now we're going to have to search to find out who is possibly through to the next round. Now, that jump of Mark Lane of 67.1 meters, only 0.4 of a meter differential, barely longer than the length of a ruler, mind you. 220 feet is the next jump on the bubble. Anything less than that, and we could see one of the true veterans of this jumping game, Mark Lane, through to the next round of the competition. If Rodrigo jumps more than that furthest jump of 67.1, he would make it through. If not, Mark Lane would advance. So 66.7 meters for Rodrigo Miranda. So here we go. Turning it up. Oh, and passing on jump number 3. And could that be an opportunity wasted there for Rodrigo Miranda? So a pass on jump number 3. So 6 go through to the next round of the competition immediately out of this round. We have 3 jumpers left, and the 3 jumpers that are through thus far are Boyan Shipner, Igor Morozov, and Mark Lane. And this next skier on the bubble, if I'm correct, is going to be Thomas Asher with his 219-foot jump, or 66.7 meters. In fact, actually, that ties with Rodrigo Miranda. Now it could come down to a backup jump. Possibly a backup jump, possibly a jump off. So, Damien Sharman is our next competitor up from Great Britain. Okay, I just heard some communication on the radio whilst we introduce Damien Sharman out onto the water. If there is a tie for the last position going through to the finals from this elimination round, if there's a tie for 6th place, then there is going to be a jump off. 2 jumps for each competitor if there is a tie for 6th place, because that's what exists between Tom Asher and Rodrigo Miranda at this time. So, a lot at stake right now, as we continue on with the jump competition with Damien Sharman. Let's see if he can hook it up. Oh, yes, he can. Belter of a jump. Great landing. Will ride that jump out. I'll be intrigued to find out this distance. To make it through to the next round of the competition, he needs a distance of over 66.7 meters, if I'm right with this. 66.2 is 217 feet. He needs a jump distance more than half a meter further than that to make it through to the next round of the competition. Wouldn't that be intriguing, folks? So possibly a three-way jump off if Damien was to jump 66.7 meters and tie with Tom Asher and Rodrigo Miranda. It's 217 feet or 66.2 meters. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching on the webcast, you are possibly watching the greatest round of jumping in the history of jump events in the elimination round of LA Night Jam. So Damien Sharman trying to take aim at those jump distances, which he needs to make it through to the next round of the competition. Bojan Shipner, Mark Lane, and Igor Morozov through. Whoa, look at this! Holy moly! Did he almost lose it off the jump? Man alive! That was an incredible, incredible jump. He needed all of his upper body strength to hold that one together. 65.9 meters. The distance wasn't any greater, losing 0.3 of a meter on that jump. 65.9 meters, in fact. So it comes down to this. One last jump. So, we got Tom Asher and Rodrigo Miranda looking to see if that tie of theirs is eligible for a spot through to the next round of the competition. Now, here's the situation. If one skier jumps less than that jump of 66.7 meters, 219 feet, then that means that there is a possible jump off. If two competitors jump less than that between now and the end as their best jump distance, then both of them would make it through. The two competitors to whom I'm referring to, of course, are Tom Asher and Rodrigo Miranda. So, here we go. This is Damien Sharman. One last crack at this one. Ah, yes, stronger at the bottom, stronger in the air, but will that yield the distance necessary to make it through to the next round of the competition? There are eager and nervous people around, also including the person that's making it back to the dock. The distance coming through any moment now. 68.3 meters, 68.3. He's through to the next round of the competition, which means that Rodrigo Miranda and Tom Asher will have to wait a little bit longer to find out their fate. So, with 68.3 meters, 68.3 meters, it's actually a dead-on tie with Igor Morozov. Let's have a look at the backup jumps. 66.8. Yes, Igor Morozov has the outright lead in terms of a backup jump, so Damien Sharman will actually hit the water before Igor Morozov in the nighttime final, but at least he's gotten there, so well done to Damien Sharman. On the water right now is Scott the Rocket Man Ellis. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're probably witnessing the greatest round of men's jump you have ever seen in the history of the sport. And Scott the Rocket Man Ellis hoping to make some history himself with the 3 jumps that he has at his disposal. Anything more than 66.7 meters or 219 feet will see him advance through to the next round of the competition. So, our penultimate competitor, in other words, second to last, Scott the Rocket Man Ellis. Here he comes. Jump number 1. Good lift. Good float. Excellent landing on jump number 1. Scott the Rocket Man Ellis. So, already 4 skiers through to the next round. Damien Sharman, Bojan Shipner, Igor Morozov, Mark Lane. And waiting in the wings with 66.7... 64.4 meters or 211 feet. So still waiting in the wings, Tom Asher and Rodrigo Miranda. If any of our 2 competitors, if just one of our last 2 competitors jumps less than Tom Asher with 66.7 meters, and now also that tie of Tom Asher tie-in with Rodrigo Miranda of 66.7. If one of our last 2 competitors, including the one that's on the water right now, Scott Ellis, jumps less than that, then there could be the possibility of a jump-off. If both of our last 2 competitors jumps less than 67.1 meters, there will be no jump-off because both of them will be through to the next round of the competition. But you have to seriously look at the reality of the fact that it is Scott Ellis and it is Ryan Dodd, and these 2 competitors are both capable of jumping those kind of distances any day of the week, including Christmas. Here we go. Look at this, hurling himself off the top of the jump, nicely executed. Great effort there from Scott Ellis as we take our action replay here on jump number 2. If this is more than 66.7 meters, then he's through to the next round of the competition. He'll join Mark Lane, Igor Morozov, Bojan Shipner, and Damien Sharman at this time. Oh, man alive. 66.5 meters, 218 feet. Can you believe, even at this stage of the competition, that a jump at 218 feet won't even get you through the door through to the next round of the competition? Scott Ellis with his back up against the wall here. So here we go. I tell you what, this is some great jumping, folks. And for those of you that have always followed water ski jumping in the United States and Canada and are maybe used to feet in inches, metric makes it real simple. It's in 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 of a meter. You know, it really separates the jumpers. As we now get ready for jump number 3. Has he got it? The answer to that question is we do not know as yet. We'll find out in a moment when the distance comes through. Scott the Rocket Man Ellis. We're having a look. Skiing into the dock. If this is more than 66.7 meters. 65.8 meters. The potential for a jump off is active. we have a jump-off situation in play. So now we come down to our last competitor.
Can you check the in-course video or have somebody check it and see if it needs to be tape changed or anything? I just checked it about a year ago. It's still recording, and I'll check it at the end of the round. Okay, thanks.
So now we are down to our final competitor in the preliminary round. May not be the final competitive action of the elimination round, the preliminary round, but he is our last skier in regulation. This is Ryan Dodd. So he knows, because he has the benefit of going out last, he knows exactly what he needs to do to make it through to the next round. Anything more than 66.7 meters or 219 feet.
As long as Ryan does his job, we have no ties for the top six.
Okay, so I'm quite sure that Tom Asher and Rodrigo Miranda would be around the starting dock. The only situation in where they would not have to ski right now is if Ryan Dodd jumps less than 66.7 meters. Here he comes. Jump number one, and I think we're going to have a jump off. Absolutely dead certain of that. So there we go. That is Ryan Dodd, and he just held a 220 plus foot bomb on jump number one. And he just hangs on to the back of the boat like it's nothing. Okay, folks, 72 meters dead, 236 feet. That's probably the second or third longest jump ever recorded on this venue. 236 feet. That is just incredible. And it means that Tom Asher and Rodrigo Miranda need to be on the dockside to get ready for the jump off. 2 jumps each. Winner takes the last place out of the preliminary round, and then one of these 2 guys has to go back out again in the last chance qualifier and possibly try and make it through to the next round of the competition that way. So here we go. This is Ryan Dodd's second jump. Getting pulled off the top of the jump, and a beauty of a leap. Not too sure whether that's going to be any further than 72 meters, but our first skier to go break the 70-meter barrier is still holding on to the end of that line, wanting more. He could have gone into the dock right after the first jump and saved his energy. 70.9. So fair to say that Ryan consolidates upon that jump of 72 meters. Wow. It's a great effort there from Ryan Dodd, and I hope that you guys are really, really enjoying the action here. We've got hundreds of viewers across the world tuning in to this preliminary round of action. Never mind the nighttime event, there are hundreds of skiers and hundreds of skiing fans are watching this action. And Ryan Dodd, a feast for the eyes for anyone that wants to know how to put it all together into the bottom of a 6-foot-high ramp and jump longer than the length of a 747 jet plane. Yes, indeed. Let's put that in perspective, why don't you? Here we go. Ryan Dodd, last jump. Oh, look at that! Boom! That is gotta be further than 236, if not very close to. He has just laid the smack down on that ramp. There is absolutely no question of that. Beauty. Strength. 71.5 meters. There you go. That is a great jump distance. But his best jump distance is 72 meters. Dead. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our last skier in regulation in the preliminary round. But we're going to dump some gas in the boat, and we're going to pull Tom Asher and Rodrigo Miranda. We will be back live with the conclusion of the preliminary round, but we still have the last chance qualifier. The winner of this jump off goes immediately through to the next round. The loser has to go into the LCQ to try and take his place through to the next round of the competition. This is Tony Lightfoot, your webcast announcer, and we will be back in just a few.
Mo Isom here at the breathtakingly beautiful and truly historic Nottoway Plantation. Let's go see if this shack is worth adding to my real estate portfolio.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing well.
Welcome to Nottoway.
Can we look inside?
Yeah, come on.
Awesome. It's like a resort. You said that you grew up around the area, so you're really familiar with everything?
Yeah.
Do you enjoy working at the plantation?
I can't not love working here. You're walking into a beautiful old house. You can't just go to work and be like, oh, darn, I have to go to a plantation. A lot of the time, our guests actually come more than once because they love us so much. People can actually have dinner in here.
So if you come to Nottoway to visit, you can actually sleep in the Nottoway house with all of the gold and the expensive furniture. Did they have an iHome back in the day? Can I look what's back here?
I mean, you really shouldn't go. Oh, okay.
Oh, cool.
What are you wearing?
What on earth? I learned to conduct an orchestra the other day from a conductor. There was a lot of wrist flicking.
Yeah.
I feel like I could probably also play a harp.
Well, you're not really supposed to touch the harp.
I can't touch the harp.
You're not really supposed to touch the
I
harp.
won't touch the harp. So this plantation home was like ransacked during the Civil War?
Yeah, it didn't get destroyed thanks to Miss Randolph. Her husband left her during the war to go to grow cotton because he wanted more money. Took the sons, took the boys, left her here pregnant. And she had kitchen knives that she'd protect the house with.
Somebody's gonna have to run me out of here with a knife. I don't want to leave.
That can be arranged. We do anything for our guests here at Nottoway.
I feel like I want to use a cat.
This is a memorial museum here, but it's named after Admiral Kidd, not Captain Kidd the pirate.
So I can't ride it around, but I can definitely jump inside and walk through.
It's not the Sigma Chi house. You can go through the whole deal.
Then I'll put my beer bong back in the car.
Yeah, that's right.
All aboard the USS Kidd in downtown Baton Rouge. A patriotic Mo Isom reporting for duty and just maybe a little kids play.
So the USS Kidd was built in 1943. Actually looks exactly like it did in Nights from 1945. What are you doing?
I'm steering the ship.
What are you wearing?
They made me wear this.
They made you wear it. Do you want to hang out?
Sure.
Woo! We're spinning! Did you have any experience ROTC, military?
I had 2 years in Air Force ROTC, and it told me
Okay.
never come back.
Never come back, but
Never.
I bet you look good in that uniform. It's just a guess. I'm trying to flirt with you here.
Well, I'm trying to cooperate.
Incoming fire! Incoming fire!
Guess what my name is?
Amanda?
Do I look like an Amanda? It rhymes with go.
Whoa.
My name's Mo.
Oh. Hey, look, there's a casino. Yeah, too young to go there.
Ah, the meatloaf!
You're going to put the hack on this video, aren't you?
These beds are not made for this much woman.
Wake up! Wake up!
Come on.
We just got a message.
A message. I'll ring it in. Hello? It's from your mom.
What she said?
Dinner's gonna be ready in 10. We gotta get you home. Thanks. That is a must see. The USS Kidd, so much fun and also an unbelievable slice of history. I mean, this is a ship that helped us win World War II. Come honor the greatest generation. Check out the USS Kidd when you're in Baton Rouge. Bring out the kid in yourself. So much fun. I chipped a nail.
Go Baton Rouge and go big.
Mo Isom here at the breathtakingly beautiful and truly historic Nottoway Plantation. Let's go see if this shack is worth adding to my real estate portfolio. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing well.
Welcome to Nottoway.
Can we look inside?
Yeah, come on.
Awesome. It's like a resort. You said that you grew up around the area, so you're really familiar with everything?
Yeah.
Do you enjoy working at the plantation?
I can't not love working here. You're walking into a beautiful old house. You can't just go to work and be like, oh, darn, I have to go to a plantation. A lot of the time, our guests actually come more than once because they love us so much. People can actually have dinner in here.
So if you come to Nottoway to visit, you can actually sleep in the Nottoway house with all of the gold and the expensive furniture. Did they have an iHome back in the day? Can I look what's back here?
I mean, you really shouldn't go, okay.
Oh.
Cool. What are you wearing?
What on earth? I learned to conduct an orchestra the other day from a conductor. There was a lot of wrist flicking.
Yeah.
I feel like I could probably also play a harp.
Well, you're not really supposed to touch the harp.
I can't touch the harp.
You're not really supposed to touch the
I
harp.
won't touch the harp. So this plantation home was like ransacked during the Civil War?
Yeah, it didn't get destroyed thanks to Miss Randolph. Her husband left her during the war to go grow cotton because he wanted more money. Took the sons, took the boys, left her here pregnant. And she had kitchen knives that she'd protect the house with.
Somebody's gonna have to run me out of here with a knife. I don't want to leave.
That can be arranged. We do anything for our guests here at Nottoway.
I feel like I want to use a cat.
Wow.
This is a memorial museum here. It was named after Admiral Kidd, not Captain Kidd the pirate.
So I can't ride it around, but I can definitely jump inside and walk through.
It's not the Sigma Chi house. You can go through the whole deal.
Then I'll put my beer bong back in the car.
Yeah, that's right.
All aboard the USS Kidd in downtown Baton Rouge. A patriotic Mo Isom reporting for duty and just maybe a little kids play.
So the USS Kidd was built in 1943. Actually looks exactly like it did in Nights from 1945. What are you doing?
I'm steering the ship.
What are you wearing?
They made me wear this.
They made you wear it. Do you want to hang out?
Sure.
Woo! We're spinning! Did you have any experience ROTC, military?
I had 2 years in Air Force ROTC, and they told me never come back.
Never come back, but
Never.
I bet you look good in that uniform. It's just a guess. I'm trying to flirt with you here.
Well, I'm trying to cooperate.
Incoming fire! Incoming fire!
Guess what my name is?
Amanda?
Do I look like an Amanda? It rhymes with go.
Whoa.
My name's Mo.
Oh. Hey, look, there's a casino. You're too young to go there. Ah, the meatloaf!
You're going to put the hack on this video, aren't you?
These beds are not made for this much woman.
Wake up! Wake up!
What's going on?
We just got a message.
A message. I'll ring it in. Hello? It's from your mom.
What she said?
Dinner's gonna be ready in 10. We gotta get you home. Thanks. That is a must-see. The USS Kidd, so much fun and also an unbelievable slice of history. I mean, this is a ship that helped us win World War II. Come honor the greatest generation. Check out the USS Kidd when you're in Baton Rouge. Bring out the kid in yourself. So much fun. I chipped a nail.
Well, and ladies and gentlemen, we just come back from that little commercial message, courtesy of Visit Baton Rouge. The officials are ready, but first of all, let's kick over to a few of our sponsors. First of all, we got Clear Channel, iHeartRadio of Baton Rouge, their stations WFMF, WYNK, 96.1 The River, 97.7 Downtown Radio, News Radio 1150 WJBO. And comedy at 12:30 a.m. along with Arsenal Communications, 008 Magazine, and Central Speaks. Those are our media sponsors. Okay, going over to our primary sponsors: Girls That Fly, City of Zachary, Tsunami, Bennett's Water Ski School, Radar Skis, Visit Baton Rouge, Whitney Bank, Napa Auto Parts, Lane Regional Medical Center, The Cafe, Southern ENT Associates, OJ Props, and Coconut Willie's Daiquiris. And we thank those guys very much indeed. We'll highlight some of our other sponsors during the course of this event as we go to our jump off. This is to determine the last of our automatic spots through to the next round of the competition. It is Tom Asher on the water right now. So Tom Asher, he has 2 jumps. The typical jump-off scenario. It's 2 jumps. Let's see what we've got. Up, over, and we'll land, and we'll write that jump out. Good effort there from Tom Asher right off the get-go. $55.3, 181 feet. And against the likes of Rodrigo Miranda, that may not be enough to cut it. And don't forget, it's not 3 jumps now, it's 2 jumps. 2 jumps in the jump-off. And I tell you what, for the person that comes off second best in this jump-off, he is going to be jumping an awful lot today. Not only the preliminary round, not only the jump-off, but also the LCQ, which is to come almost immediately upon the conclusion of this jump-off.
Do you have an email so I can send my bio to you?
Oh. So right now, let's have a look and see Tom Asher back out on the jump course. Here we go. Up, over, and we'll land and write that jump out. So my apologies, ladies and gentlemen. That is, in fact, Michael Stevenson, not Tom Asher. And in fact, further apologies has to go to Jimmy Seamers because he made it through to the next round of the competition with 66.9 meters, and that's 219 feet. So those are the skiers through to the next round. I do express my sincere apologies for that. But so we are continuing on with the, we're on to the LCQ right now. Yeah, hold on. Hold up. Yeah. 1 second. What distance? Don't. Okay. What was the distance on jump 2, please?
189,577.
So 57.7 meters. Decent effort. Does he land right it out? Yes, he does. So we'll have a look at the action replay right here. That's Michael Stevenson on the dock. And again, my apologies goes to Jimmy Seamers for almost taking him completely out of the fray there. His jumper 220, or actually 219, puts him through to the next round of the competition, so my apologies there to him. So, continuing on with the action, we just saw Michael Stevenson out on the water at this time. So, we've got Chris Wharton now. Up, over, we'll land, and we'll not ride that jump out, I'm afraid. So that's so. So that's Chris Wharton jumping right now. All right then, folks. Chris Wharton, jump number 2, coming right up. All right, let's see what he's got in store for us. Struggling to hold that jump together with the power of that boat. It's hard to keep that left hand on the handle. So just to reiterate, folks, there wasn't a jump off. So we're going straight through to the LCQ, and we'll try and get you the distances for Michael Stevenson and Chris Wharton just very, very soon. But I'm just trying to reset the spreadsheet a little bit here, to give you guys out there watching the best results coverage possible. So, here we go. This is Chris Wharton coming in. One last jump. Decent effort, but I don't think it's going to be enough somehow to really help his cause making it through to the next round of the competition. Okay, so 55.1, 55.1 on that particular effort. So, Jack Critchley coming in for his first of 3 attempts. Hang on. Not fun. Okay, what we've got right now is Jack Critchley out in the water. We'll see how far he goes with the jumps that he has at his disposal. Decent effort, jump number 1 as he rides that jump out. We'll try and get the distances over to you as quickly as we can. .3 meters, 59.3 meters, or 195 feet. I tell you, that's plenty of top-class action, among our competitors. We look forward to seeing the top 5 competitors make it through tonight. Fantastic skiing that we've seen so far, underlined by by the efforts of Ryan Dodd, who made it through to the next round of the competition with a 72-meter jump. Hard to fathom that kind of distance. Good, decent bit of speed, and will land and ride that jump out. Excellent effort.
Copy this time. 189.57.7 meters.
57.7 meters. About 189 feet, in fact. So not looking bad at all. Just to re-emphasize our skiers through to the next round of the competition out of the preliminary round. Ryan Dodd, Ido Morozov, Damien Sharman, Bojan Shepner, Mark Lane and Jimmy Seamers. So here we go. Oh, good effort there on jump number 3. Good to see him sail into the landing. A nice effort there. We'll try and get that distance to you shortly, but some good experience there for Jack Critchley as he works his way back towards the dock. So 188 feet. 188 feet. All right, then. Looks like we've got a little bit of a tangle in the rope for our next competitor. It's about to... Esteban Sigurd, our next jumper. All right, then, here we go. This is Esteban Sigurd. Here we go. Oh, and leaving most of that jump behind him on the ramp on the first attempt. Great deal of speed, but very little of anything else coming into the base of that ramp.
Copy those times. Distance 161.
161 feet on that first jump, 161. All right, so 161 feet on jump number 1. For Esteban Siegert, we'll get the distances in metric and update them on the results spreadsheet in just a moment or so. I'm sure that some of you that are watching out there right now have Twitter feeds going overtime from some of our skiers, even one or two that are along the shoreline right now. Haven't been privy to a lot of that information as yet, but I'm sure it'll be revealed to me in the course of time. All right, then, here we go. This is Esteban Siegert. Up, over, and will land and hold on to that jump. Long enough and strong enough to keep his chance of making it through to the next round of the competition live, at least for one more jump. So skiing behind the boats that he will...
174 towboat 174, 53 meters.
So 174 feet on that jump. So here we go. Esteban. Oh, wow. And really getting strung out into the bottom of the jump. Trying to get all the distance that he possibly could with that last attempt. Esteban Siegert from Colombia.
Back down to 5.5, ramp to 5.5. Okay, we are at 5.5. 190 towboat 190.
190 feet on that one. 190 feet for Esteban Siegert. So our next competitor up on the starting dock, I believe it to be Taylor Garcia. Oh, actually, it's Martin Bartowski. I do beg your pardon, Martin Bartowski. Your Slovakia is next.
Copy Martin, 35, 5.5.
All right, so Martin Bartowski, who in the previous round had a best jump of 56.6 meters, looking to keep its chances of making it through to the next round of the competition alive. Only the best jumper out of the LCQ gets to advance, and we've got quite a bit of jumping to take on board.
Platform to be here jump.
So here we go, Martin Bartowski. Here he comes. Nicely done, good steady, good tidy looking jump. We'll have a look at it once again. A 184 feet, 184. All right, here he comes, Martin Bartowski, second jump. Oh, beautiful float on the end of that one. Sailing it down the lake. We'll have a look at this from the reverse angle. Not too sure what the Slovakian record is, but 193 feet, 193 feet.
And it looks like S's, but they're 5s. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. In some decimal places.
All right then. And we're just seeing Martin Bartowski there on his third and last attempt. And so 194 or 59.2 meters, 59.2 meters on that jump.
we're gonna go. They want to call you and tell you what they have. Yeah. All right. And then you can come.
Okay, folks. This is Alex King of New Zealand. All right, then. So we've got on the water right now. This is Alex King. And a little bit back in the air, I fancy, on that particular attempt. So you guys take in a second look at that particular effort. Alex King of New Zealand. So it's 53.6 or 176. So here we go. This is Alex King. And a decent effort there. On that second attempt, we'll get the distance for him shortly. Just trying to get some things sorted out with the scoring spreadsheet below the webcast, but rest assured, working to try and get the results to you as quickly as we can. It's a 57-meter second jump. 57-meter second jump. It's a 187, 187 feet. All right, then, here we go. This is Alex King, his last attempt at this ramp. Here he comes. Oh, look at that. Good deal of speed. The height was there. We'll see if the distance will be its reward for him. Alex King of New Zealand. Still got quite a bit of jumping to go. 60.3 meters, 60.3. What a fantastic effort there from Alex King. 60.3 meters, certainly better than the performance he produced earlier on, where the best he did was 56.7 meters, actually 56.8 meters, I do beg your pardon. So really is an improved leaps and bounds with 198 feet, but the big question is whether that jump is going to be enough to take him through to the next round. So that was Alex King. All right. I think our next skier to go should be Taylor Garcia. Yes, indeed. Taylor Garcia on the water right now representing the United States of America. Taylor Garcia. So here we go. Let's see what Taylor Garcia can do with his approach on the first attempt. Splitting off a little bit with jump number one and coming in and landing. It's a decent effort, but he needs something a little bit more explosive than that if he is to get his way towards the top of the heap, the top of the ladder. 53.9 meters. 53.9 meters on jump number one.
Hey, I missed that distance. Could y'all tell me it again? Sorry. No worries. 177, 53.9.
53.9 meters. It is the distance, but he's definitely going to need something more substantial than that, at least to get on level terms with Alex King with a 60.3 meter jump. Okay, let's witness once again Taylor Garcia. Going in deep off the turn, and oh, more and more explosion off the top of the jump. Yeah, he likes that one. Good old bounce into the landing. That's normally a telltale sign that the jumper concerned has booted out a huge one, at least in their eyes. And that's Taylor Garcia, 15 years of age. Trying to hang with the big boys here at LA Night Jam. 58.9 meters, 58.9 meters. It's a 193 foot jump. 193 for Taylor Garcia. So Taylor Garcia already 4th in the LCQ right now, and needing about 1.4 meters, maybe about 1.4 meters, possibly to ascend a little bit higher towards the top of the LCQ right now. So let's have a look. Once again, one always late. He is big time late. Oh, look at this for a dandy of a jump. Probably didn't get everything that he wanted out of the jump on that particular occasion, but it's certainly a credit-worthy effort there. It's a 58.8 meter jump, 58.8. It's 190 feet. And that currently consolidates upon his 4th place right now in the LCQ. All right, who do we have next to take to the water? I believe we should have Stephen Collins about to go next. It is Stephen Collins. Stephen Collins of Canada is next. All right, so Stephen Collins, who earlier on in this competition, let's have a look and see what he produced in terms of distance. Yeah, Stephen Collins, he jumped 187 feet or 57 meters, so looking for a little bit of redemption, I fancy. All right, here we go. This is Stephen Collins. He's got 3 jumps. Trying to keep his water speed up as much as he can. Oh, and passing up on jump number 1. So sinking into the water. Spurning that opportunity to put a distance out there. All right then, folks. So we'll continue on. We've got Stephen Collins out there right now, continuing to stream this event using YouTube. As we've got Stephen Collins right now. Let's see what he can do. That's a better jump. He certainly put one out there, but I don't think he got everything out of that jump that he would have liked. So really, really taking putting a big old pounding on that ramp, but unfortunately not getting the distance out of it. And he is came past here, just basically just really, really frustrated with that effort. 57.3 meters, 57.3. So 188 feet, 57.3, but he knows that he can put one out there. So So it comes down to this last jump for Stephen Collins. Needs to at least get over 60.3 meters with this last jump in order to stay in the running. And I don't think it's going to happen somehow. So that is Stephen Collins. We'll find out the distance, but I don't think he'll have any further participation in this competition. Certainly a decent effort. Can't fault him for that, but 59.8 meters. .8 meters.
Jake, 35, 5.5. Jake, 35, 5.5. Copy, Jake, 35, 5.5.
So, this is Jake Bridges of Ireland. So there we go. So we got Jake Bridges of Ireland still in the lead in the LCQ is Alex King with 60.3 meters. Stephen Collins in second place with 59.8. Jack Critchley with 59.3. Martin Bartowski with 59.2. Taylor Garcia with 58.9. Esteban Siegel with 57.8. Michael Stevenson with 57.7. And Chris Wharton with 55.1. So those are the scores in the LCQ. Let's focus in on jump number 1. Turns and burns towards the jump and a little bit left foot heavy coming in towards the ramp. And that affected his flight. And ultimately the distance that he was able to obtain as a result of that flight. — 189 feet. So that is 57.7 meters, 57.7. All right, then. So, here we go. This is Jake Bridges. Jump number 2. Oh, and letting that left ski go every which way. We'll have a look at this jump once again and see where it all went. Where it all went to the wayside for him. 53.4 meters. That's 175 feet, 53.4 meters. For those of you that are watching through the webcast right now on lanightjown.com, we will be switching from the player on the left to the player on the right in just a few moments. Some technical switches that need to be made in order to keep the webcast going for this amount of time and to have it to be archived for future viewing, because I realize that a lot of people around the world may not be particularly enthused about waking up in the early hours of the morning in places such as Australia or New Zealand to watch the live webcast. So, conscious of that fact, we try and archive it as much as we can so that you can view it at a later time. And here we go. This is Jake Bridges coming in. Oh, and really hurling himself on that one. Does he land and ride it out? Yes, he does. A good effort there from Jake Bridges. And we'll bow out with the distance that's 58.9 meters. 58.9 meters there for Jake Bridges. And we'll take some time and to transfer to the right-hand side player if you are watching the webcast. So please rejoin us in just a few seconds.